All right, good morning. So, I've been doing these warrior builds because warrior, when I was playing uh, with other skills, it was fun because warrior is super tanky. But at the same time, I started getting killed so fast because when you don't block, the armor doesn't really defend you about every hit. So I decided to go Totem and level up in the safest way possible. And after some levels, I'll be able to use energy shields. So I think energy shield, armor, and block would be a very good combination to at least to not die in one hit. And I discovered that actually playing Totem is so safe. Like when you play Dead Eye Ranger, you need to kill everything fast because if not, they might kill you. But with Totem, you just put that down and then actually you just stay there with them defending. They kill everything. So my skill tree is looking like this right now. I can do both setup, one for Totem and one for two-handed weapon. So when I use the Hammer of the Gods, I can do much more damage. I will do that probably in the future. But my Totem is already sufficient, so I'm not too much bothered to the shenanigans to exchange a weapon or something like that. So the truth is, I didn't even learn how to do it yet. I play on control. It's kind of hard to change a weapon, I think. So I'm taking all the Totem's notes, like Totem damage, Totem halt, attack speed for Totems. I'm gonna take all of them in this build right now as I level up and have the most damage to Totems, and even do level 15 tier map. So my Ascension already got the full armor break points. Next, I think, I don't know if I'm going block, but I don't think I need that much block. Warcry. I think I go for Totem Life next. Totem Life. Wow, that's good. Wow. Oh, that's very good. I'm going for Totem Life. Okay. Let's just finish this map. So my gear, I have a pretty decent gear. Like I'll have lots of resistance, and at the same time I have a lot of 100 and something rarity found. My armor is 63%. Resistance is all the way up. Only my cow's resistance is 74, but all the other ones is above the cap. My halt to 2.2k, mana 1.1k. My goal is to have at least 2k energy shield when I'm mapping. Let's do this. Oh, so I'm looking for let me see if I can find something like that. Oops, go all the way. I need a body armor that has fire, lightning, and chaos resist. I don't know if I'm gonna find that, but I need intelligence because I want to run something that needs a lot of intelligence. So I need intelligence on my body armor. I don't mind if it doesn't have life because I'm gonna get a lot of energy shield. But if it has life, would be good. To fire resistance, to lightning resistance. Chaos, I know it's not difficult to find. So the highest that I could find is this one. There is not much. This one, 26 intelligence, but really they don't have life. One divine. Yeah. This 50 exalt plus 150 to armor. So this one I would lose 181 to my maximum life. The problem is they don't have life on them. Wow, this has a lot of life but doesn't have much armor. You lose like 300 armor, and I already don't have, but I like this one because I can have more armor on my shoes. On my helmet, probably not. I want 1000 energy shield. So on my helmet is the thing I need to change. So oh, there is plus 128 to armor. So this value, I don't know, it's not hard to the armor. It's hard. It's already hard to this value, right? So this has lots of intelligence. Energy shield almost more. This is better. This is cheap, but it also doesn't have much life. This will let me stay almost my life, but I will lose 300 armor. So if I lose 300 armor, like almost my boots, let me see how much I'm gonna be. So I am a 63. If I lose 300 armor, I'm go 61. It's not that bad. It's 2 more points, right? But then if I lose this 300 armor and I lose my helmet, go 59 armor. But if I find something with 200, a boots with 700, I'm still at 61. That's only 2%. But the thing is, I'm gonna lose chaos, but I can use chaos. It's not bad. So put life on this. And let's check the highest. No? But if I take life, the highest armor, where did the other one went? Did you already bought it? Ah. Oh, it's this one. The highest intelligence, 33 to divine. 1200 armor. Okay. Okay, let's see 4 armor. These are 200 armor more. These 3 divine. 100 armor more, which is not that much for 1 divine. Only 100 armor more. 13,000. No halt. So I can lose. Okay, the highest armor is 40, 1.4. Okay. The highest life is 1.1. So lose 230 armor. My intelligence is 22. I don't have intelligence here. I need something with intelligence here too. I'll check that, but no bush.
Face me.
I don't know why. Look how the graphic looks. I don't know if they did some updates on the graphic, but the graphic is looking really weird.
Let's see what happens.
Faster, boy.
Ancestors! My satchel is full.
Welcome.
How can I be of aid? Do whatever it takes.
Hey there.
Some pretty things, yes? I'll take it.
No, I don't want to do that. I want to disenchant then. One exalt might make this good. It's good. Oh, almost 40 rarity, and it still has 3 to go. I'll try to see if I can make it better.
Still alive.
Let's try this one. He has good stats. Let's exalt it. Critical chance, still good. 36 damage to bow. That could be higher, but I think I made we have 1, 3, 3, so I cannot take more. Okay, this is a medium bows, medium quiver. I can sell it for like probably 10 exalt. Let me see. This one. Okay. 1 exalt. Ah, too low for life. I'm not gonna spend more exalt on that. Hmm. Exalt 2. The Explorer, exalt. Can you exalt?
I think I'll wait for a fight first. I still let me change for strange and see if I can find the better stuff. I lost life by low armor. Strange is not good enough for me to. So with intelligence is better. Also, let me see. We'll need fire. And chaos.
I think I'll wait for a fight first. Don't want to start a fight. Protection!
Why does this look so ugly like that? Did they change the graphic or something? Let's take more life for totems. Totem damage.
Need a guide?
Okay. I think now I have a better weapon. Oh, it's level 67. I'm 66 yet. Set to defeat this guy.
Creature! Aid me! You won't catch me off guard!
Oh man, it just
Aid me! No mana.
not so fast, but
Smith wins.
safe.
So, treasure hunters are in particular. Came back. Keep anything you raise. If you hear a click, duck.
How can I be of aid?
Better keep my strength in check.
I need more time.
Aid me! Need mana. ancestors! Destruction! Every step is more disgusting than the last.
When we first came to this,
yourself! mushroom is different. No mana. I need to find more ingredients. Monstrous feet! Out of mana! Fortune favors me.
The promised land.
will best you! No challenge!
That's 3.
I'd sooner take your head! Aid me! That was one fight I won't tell tales of.
I've nowhere to keep that.
How can I advise you?
Nothing is set in stone.
What have you learned? Time is short. Make haste.
Here to help.
Oh, on the helmet you have level for medium skill. I didn't know that. So that means I can find
looks like exactly what I need.
Aid me! Destruction!
Not jump there.
I'm not ready.
Good morning. You good? Ay, mamá. Ya voy, amor.
Ay, papi, good morning.
Ay.
¿Cómo está la situación aquí?
Eu acordei quase agora também.
Qué rico, ¿dormirse bien?
Sim.
Ay, mi rey, ¿cómo está mi rey? Mi papi bello.
Acordei 11.
Yo también a esa hora desperté muy bien.
Aí era assistindo áudio, eu falei, deixa eu
Y un
fazer.
ratito ahí de hueva. ¿Qué quieres? ¿Quieres desayunar?
Sim, deixa eu só terminar esse porque eu não posso dar agora. Depois tem que terminar esse mapa. Será que eu sei? Assim, eu vou fazer testes.
Bien. Muy bien, me cansé de decir.
Eu vou fazer testes assim, terminar o
Ok, entonces, ¿quieres que prepare el desayuno?
Sim. Mas, eu vou
Sí, es hora de comer.
da carne, eu vou comer depois. Deixa eu terminar isso. Baby! Good morning. You good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Es verdad.
Lona?
Yeah.
Be a harlot.
I'm not ready. Here are the mushrooms you seek. This is certainly unexpected.
What have you learned?
I've changed my mind.
Greeting. Time is short. Make haste.
Hey there. Need a guide?
Dad, can you turn on the internet?
It's off.
Yeah. And also, Dad, Lena.
What do you want? No, I'm going to take coffee.
Oh. Then Lena's just gonna follow.
Oh,
I'm waiting for it to say that it's been saved successfully.
Don't ask.
Still alive. Be wary. A puss is my one day. What do you need?
Luna! Hey. Come. You good? tá pedindo pra sair outra vez. Sabe,
Ni siquiera tiempo pasado. Le dije mucho tiempo. Sí, sí, puede ser que me dije. Y yo estaba mirando, y no sé. Voy a guardar el bien, no es de la Navidad, el abrazamiento. Sí, ya por dos, ya no iba a ir.
saliendo para
Oh, sim! Agora sim tá me fazendo sentido, sabe por quê? Eu falei que a Bíblia fala que a Bíblia a posição preparando todo como se for para a Bíblia, para a nossa religião.
O como está escrito porque todas las marcas de religiones
Sim, pessoas sempre continuam trabalhando.
sí, yo creo que la religión que tengas te quieren hacer creer que ya son los últimos días.
Sim, sempre controlando. Porque o controle é o mais importante. Assim, porque esse é o controle. Agora, todas as religiões podem ficar assim. Depende da Bíblia, Bíblia já fala sobre isso, esses são sinais de fala do quê? Esse sinal disso está falando que parece que você foi feito de propósito.
Manipulado todo,
Sim, manipulado.
todo está manipulado todo, porque no quieres.
Fala ali, a treta, a
Source, nada. El sol sigue todo el día, está viviendo.
E eu pensando que era o fumo que pediu cozinhar. E até fechei a porta para não sair fumo. Ah, e eu fechei a porta para não sair fumo, para não ficar dentro da cozinha. O que eu vou fazer? Vou sair do pão para fazer churrasco. Vou aprender a fazer churrasco em YouTube, né? Sim, ali ensina, porque eu queria ser isso, eu queria fazer. Então, eu tenho um vídeo como fazer churrasco.
Cuando me paso, me paso.
Puxa, a comendo doces que eu tenho aí, eu comprei outra comida. Comendo os ossos, a pipiã deles. Olha os ossos aí, isso aí tá aqui.
Yeah.
Rapaz,
Ei,
mal aqui não está.
você pula, ó.
Não está bom? Está no trabalho? Ali, lá um negócio ali. Só tá pensando. Vai lá um negócio ali, só tá pensando que você aqui não sabe fazer. A outra no trabalho. Já mandei os convites de casamento, já foi? E vamos sacar assim, moço.
E aí só punha sobrado.
Ai, ai.
Então, parabéns.
Thank
Ai,
you.
não lhe deu para essa diferença.
Não, no Caçaduga, Isa consegue coisa na igreja.
Só acharam. Eu sei que eu estou 12 numa casa, assim, conheço para um conflito, tipo, não vai ver tão olha, pá.
Não, mas a situação que está tão bom assim para aquela. E eu lembro, sempre tem muito mês que está trabalho. Ah?
É mais um terceiro ali para melhor não, entende? Cara.
Não, o caso está em time, mas nunca tem condição de fazer aquilo lá.
Tá, vamos só falando, você está falando, uma comissão externa, uma comissão de investigação. Vamos matar, eu vou impor.
Não, que a Cauris Funil e Casta, nós que a Cregasta tio também. Hoje, me convida a sua família, não convida ninguém de fora, sua família. Oferta também só convida sua família. E. Ah? Sim, vamos olhar no Castaco. Me Castaco, só você mais convida um de fora, que ainda convida aquele outro, tá ficar gravado, então é melhor que convida ninguém.
Não, então outro marido que ele panela de som, usa que ela sempre deu para se interessa, tá? Alguém que o cojo por ir convir, né? Que canais. E só comida, cacau.
É.
Agora, tem que tomar cuidado.
O problema é lugar também. Se tá tem espaço para tudo alguém, sabe?
Não, na igreja tem espaço para mais que essa carta ali. Igreja não tem mais que 2 mil de dentro.
Bom, menino meio pina que convida é só família, não convida para você, não convida Ivan, não convida.
Não foi. Mas como só está na comida, diz a comida que convida. Ok? Nós temos mais um comum, que ela não faz. O casinho, vai safar por um par de coisa ali, família, não?
Sentado a convida na manda com a outra coisa, mas a boa manhã coisa que você faz. Não foi amanhã para morrer, você pensa na rádio ou vinha fato.
O que cor precisa de hoje?
Cor branco ou azul, não sei.
Não sei. Eu estou eu não vou olhar. Está de hoje.
Você pensa se eu crescer junto, não tá dando uma volta, tá jogando coisa.
Já para.
Então eu falo amanhã, então. Yeah. Então amanhã tá apanhando, amanhã tá aqui em cordão, tá chamando.
Ok.
Yeah. Ok. Então é isso, fica direto. Um abraço.
Tá bom.
Tchau. Deixa eu olhar. Coisa de cima.
runter.
He's outside.
My birthday's in 2 days.
Oh, serious?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dad. Luna is not outside. She's in the garage.
Oh, maybe Ophelia in the garage. What sense? What sense?
want to start a fight.
How do you change your weapon?
This is not the place for violence. Don't want to start a fight.
Hey! This little thanks to the Templars. Until next time.
How is there light within this ancient ruin?
Warrior has been quite a journey, as we all know. Right now, it is probably the worst class, but I think I've put something together that I'm very proud of. Right now, the biggest totem build is Shockwave Totems, which is kind of the basic totem. I tried basically every ancestral totem. Warrior has been quite a journey, as we all know. Right now, it is probably the worst class, but I think I've put something together that I'm very proud of. Right now, the biggest totem build is Shockwave Totems, which is kind of the basic totem. I tried basically every ancestral totem, and I've settled on Sunder. I do like it more than Shockwave. However, I will talk about some other alternatives. In general, Titan is a very tight package that you can use on whatever totem you want, and I will go into that in detail in this video. Timestamps as always are up there or in the chapters. Put me on times 2 if you need to. Read the macro guide if you prefer written content. Before we get into the guide though, a quick word from today's sponsor, Boot.dev. Boot.dev is a learning platform that teaches you backend development from start to finish in the Python and Go programming languages. This is achieved by letting you, well, actually write code instead of just tackling theoreticals. To gamify and make the process more fun so you never get bored, you can earn achievements, XP, complete quests, and even compete on a global leaderboard. Programmers have amazing earning potential, with the median salary in the US being $100,000 in 2023. Learning to code is not a get-rich-quick scheme though, since it takes time to learn the basics. This is where Boot.dev supports you with an active Discord community and an AI-powered bear wizard that walks you through the issue while it tries to deepen your understanding of the material. Go to boot.dev and use my code PASHAN to get 25% off your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. With that being said, let's get back to the build guide. Now, let's get into it. Everything you need to know about totems. Totems are not minions, which is already indicated by where they are in the passive tree, but just so you know, nothing related to percentage minion damage or percent minion attack speed will work. Same with supports. You can't socket them in, and they also don't have a minion tag. They are, however, an extension of you. This is a little bit more complicated, but what it means is it inherits all your increased damage bonuses from the tree. So for example, you wouldn't just have to scale totem damage, you could also scale damage with maces and everything related to maces. You could also scale increased attack damage, increased area damage, increased AoE works on them, all of these, also attack speed. However, it gets a little bit more confusing because it doesn't actually use your weapon. It says that on the gem itself, right? It uses its own weapon and it deals so and so much damage. You can see I'm level 40 right now. I'm dealing 1,400 to 2,100 base physical damage, and that is per totem. And it completely ignores all the physical fire cold damage here. All you're really looking for is bonuses from the tree. So for example, you wouldn't just have to scale totem damage. You could, now let's get into it. Everything you need to know about totems. Totems are not minions, which is already indicated by where they are in the passive tree, but just so you know, nothing related to percentage minion damage or percent minion attack speed will work. Same with supports. You can't socket them in, and they also don't have a minion tag. They are, however, an extension of you. This is a little bit more complicated, but what it means is it inherits all your increased damage bonuses from the tree. So for example, you wouldn't just have to scale totem damage, you could also scale damage with maces and everything related to maces. You could also scale increased attack damage, increased area damage, increased AoE works on them, all of these, also attack speed. However, it gets a little bit more confusing because it doesn't actually use your weapon. It says that on the gem itself, right? It uses its own weapon and it deals so and so much damage. You can see I'm level 40 right now. I'm dealing 1,400 to 2,100 base physical damage, and that is per totem. And it completely ignores all the physical fire cold damage here. All you're really looking for is +7, but more on that later. So another fact is the totem placement speed is incredible. If you see me right here, I'm going to place down the totem and it's going to travel quite fast, and I want you to look at my animation time. It is like almost instant. I'm not even like, I can walk, place. It is incredibly, it's like a luxurious stat. It's like, it makes your build feel infinitely better. So whenever you can pick it up, next level, for example, I would be picking up this node right here as well. Whenever you can pick it up, do so. Now, totems do scale with +2 levels, which we have our own section on how you can get to level 40, just so you kind of understand the difference between a level 20 and a level 40 totem. It is basically dealing like 40 times or more damage, so it is very hard to imagine. What I tell people always, if they ask me, is a +6 fine? The answer is, would you like to start removing support gems for free? That is kind of the comparison I would give. The answer is always, and always, no. Is +1 on my gloves fine? No. Is +2 on my amulet fine? No. And so on. Another thing I sometimes see people do is they actually scale their totems defensively, which is something you have to do in Period 1. In Period 2, though, they don't really die. So that's also why I don't take any of these nodes, just so you are aware. Now, why are levels so important? So if you look at the level 20 weapon that a totem has, because it uses its own weapon, 141 to 212. That is absolutely miserable compared to what you could get on a Great Hammer. You can get, like, I don't know, 500 to like 900 damage even in endgame if you had a lot of money. But it does scale with levels, and this 141 to 212 gets almost, or basically times 10 if you get to level 40, so you do 10 times more damage. But it's not just that. At the same time, melee skill levels also scale your Sunder, which is supported with Ancestral Warrior Totem. Both scale with those levels. And Sunder goes from level 20, 531, 265 to 2,353. So if you think about that, 1 times 10 is your damage, 1 more than times 4 is your damage. You're gonna do like 40 or more times the damage. So yes, the scaling is outrageous, but how do we get there? Let's say we start at level 20, which you can get from an uncut gem at level 90. So from there, we get +14 to melee skill levels from 2 of these weapons. You can see right here, +7 of all melee skills. Before you get this, nothing on your weapon matters. Absolutely nothing. You have to be careful. That's going to be its own section about attribute requirements. So I'm going to help you a little bit with finding a weapon. But other than that, +7.
Shoot.
Is necessary. No +6, no +5, +7. After that, +3 to melee skills from an amulet, just like here. You get +2 from gloves, just like here. +2 to level of all melee skills. And then you're going to be at level 39 already. One thing that will happen also is your mana cost is going to go up. We're also going to talk about that in its own section. Now, the last level from 39 to 40 is the hardest one. There are 3 things that you can do. First up, you can corrupt all your skills to level 21, which is quite hard to do. So if you look right here, you can corrupt Ancestral Warrior Totem to 21, this one, and both Sunders, because we have 2 setups. That is pretty damn expensive, and I personally haven't gotten a single 21 actually, so I just kind of gave up, and it is, yeah. If you have all of those at 21, then that is by far the most efficient way. The second most efficient way is to get a +1 level from Prism of Belief. Now, these here can get quite expensive, but you only need a +1. These go up to +3. Just so you know though, +3 doesn't give you anything because the level cap is 40. Now, how do you get these? Now, you have to find this search right here, to level of all specific skills. And there is a spreadsheet with this. I'm not going to explain why, but you have to type in here 1111, and there's 3 different types of Prism of Beliefs that are going to pop up. If you search by money, you will see that +1 level of warrior totems are right here. Now, they can start at like very cheap. They can get quite expensive. It always depends on the meta. These can go up to 10 or higher divines, but they are very strong. Let's just say very, very strong. If you cannot obtain them, it's totally fine. This is just the last level from 39 to 40. It's obviously a big deal, but I was on 39 basically forever farming Trial Master. Now, if you want a +2, which you usually don't, but just so you know, you have to type in 11.5, and then you're gonna see +2s. I know this is completely scuffed, obviously, this way of searching. And then if you type in 12, you would see +3s, which are ridiculously expensive. I'm talking absolutely crazy levels, right? But yeah, just so you know. And are very strong. Let's just say very, very strong. If you cannot obtain them, it's totally fine. This is just the last level, from 39 to 40. It's obviously a big deal, but I was on 39 basically forever farming Trial Master. Now, if you want a +2, which you usually don't, but just so you know, you have to type in 11.5, and then you're gonna see +2s. I know this is completely scuffed, obviously, this way of searching. And then if you type in 12, you would see +3s, which are ridiculously expensive. I'm talking absolutely crazy levels, right? But yeah, and if you get ultra lucky for some reason, you can also get +1 melee skills from gloves. This is a corruption, so you would have to get a +2 on your normal gloves, and then you would also have to corrupt it into +1, which is like the odds for that are outrageous. Like I'm talking over 1 in 100, right? Like you're not gonna get it. If you get a steal from the trade side, then sure. But I just wanted to put this here for completionist sake. Now, then let's talk about weapon swapping. You will notice here that I have two two-handers in my main hand, which I achieve by using the Giant's Blood Keystone. And then I also have an offhand with a fast-hitting one-hander and the shield. The shield is kind of up to you. I'm using CDR, so I can faster shield charge around, but you can also put a more defensive shield, more on that itemization wise later. But yeah, I have certain skills assigned to those, and I have certain passive skills assigned. As you can see, I'm actually using all my weapon set passives, and that is for a reason. Totems are completely insane with weapon swap points. It's like getting free points. And the reason is that your totem nodes get snapshotted on the weapon that you place them with. So for example, I have both my totem setups only on weapon set 1, which means that if I place them down and then I swap, I will get all the damage bonuses from both my two-handers while also enjoying the defensive bonuses from being a shield-based build. Which is why moving forward in this video, you will see me have these block nodes on my weapon swap while also having all my offensive nodes. So you will see I have way more points than I should have because of this fact. If you do not know how weapon swap points or how you use them, I will link a convenient video down below in the description that will explain it to you. But I'll go over it both in the passive tree section and also in the skill section for what exactly you have to bind where. I know some of you guys are going to be like, I don't want to do this, but trust me, in this build it is not optional. And once you learn it, you're like, I can't believe I haven't done this before. This is ridiculous. Now, one thing you probably have noticed is how goddamn expensive these totems get once you get to level 40. And while I know a lot of you guys are going to say, oh, pal, I'm just going to go to level 34 so it's comfy and I'm only going to lose half the damage. Remember, you're losing way more than half the damage because your Sunder is also going to go down. So in reality, you're gonna have like a fourth or at most a third of your damage. So I'll show you how you can tackle this right here. I would personally not recommend at any point to skip out on levels for any reason whatsoever. The first part is converting a part of your mana cost into life. If I put down my totems, you will see my life go down and my mana go down. I feel like, oh, that might get scary or something. Not really, because we have 5,000 ES, which we're also going to talk about. So you can see your life, in a sense, as a second mana bar. We achieve this because of, first up, Hulking Form Titan, which increases small effect of passive skills. So these go from 6 to 9%. So we can basically, with Price of Freedom and then also Blood Rush, get a total of 51% conversion, basically almost perfectly halving the cost and being able to use both mana regen and life regen to recover it. We then use some reduced cost. The first one is from Price of Freedom, and the second one is from our Anoint, which is going to be Deep Trance up on our Amulet. As well as that, we have Inspiration on our mapping setup or clear setup from the Ancestral Warrior Totem. The reason is, while you're moving around in a map, you're going to place way more totems than at the boss. And my boss totems are quite more expensive. You can see 370, 380, and then my boss totems cost over 500. So you will see this right here. So you will have, against the boss, you will have to kind of flask up. But the totems don't really die all that much. Very rarely. You might have to replace them or stuff like that, but that's about it. So I haven't really ever found it to be a problem. Now, how do we recover the life though? Well, on the passive tree, you can get a bit of regen. So first up, we're using Ancestral Mending, 1% of life while you have a totem. And then, well, the totems also get regen, but it doesn't really matter. You get 0.5% from Relentless. And then you also can get 1.65 from Azira's Disdain from a Corruption. This one is very strong. Even if you can just snag like 1%, this makes a huge difference. As well as that, you can get flat regen on, for example, your body armor, boots, gloves. I don't have it everywhere, but it is quite potent. On top of that, we are using percentage life regeneration rate. So all the percentage regen, this multiplies it. You can also get a little bit more percentage of life per second here if you want to take these 2 points as well. But that should personally not be necessary because you should also have your flask upgraded and you should have a good flask in general. If you put down totems, you will immediately flask up. However, one thing I will say, do not just rely on your life flask because it is quite uncomfortable and it's a lot of button presses. I would still recommend getting at least a little bit. As well as that, you can also get life regen rate from jewels right here. How about mana though? Well, the first thing you can do if you have a ton of divines is buy Melting Maelstrom. This flask is completely ridiculous. Let me just get to a well real quickly. What it basically does is it constantly gives you mana, so it does not stop whenever you go full, but it also just recovers your mana back to full whenever you press it. It has a small downside of taking a little bit of damage. You guys can see it. It doesn't matter. So for example, let's say I put down my totems, I go to 0, I literally click it, and I go to full. This flask is currently like 20 divines, so I mean, if you have the money, it's ridiculous. But for everything that I'm gonna talk about in this video, we'll just have a normal one. That being said, a mana flask like this goes a long way, and you should always upgrade it. Also use glass blowers bubbles to get the extra quality. On top of that, we are an energy shield setup, so that means that we're gonna path up here, and we're gonna need intelligence in order to wear stuff like, for example, this Hexer's robe right here, which means that we already get quite a bit of extra mana just from that fact alone. However, that's not really enough because we also need mana from gear. Now, these boots are pretty shitty, but I have pretty good mana on belt. On gloves, I have a little bit, and then on my jewelry, as you can see right here. Fact of the matter is, most prefixes, there's not that much other than maybe a rarity that you would need. So you have a pretty easy time just getting life and mana. You also get mana with levels, so don't be concerned if you're like level 70 or something. It's totally normal to be at like 1,000 mana and just ramp up over time. But the second part is you also need mana regen percentage, which you also get from jewelry. You can get it from rings or from amulet. I don't have perfect rolls, but it does what it's supposed to. As well as that, use catalysts to give them 20% quality and increase all your mana modifiers. Now, if you're still having crazy troubles, especially early, you can use something like a Hrimnor's, which is decent. It will basically lose you 7 levels, which it does give you Aftershock, which actually does work, and it's nice and all, but just so you know, it will literally half your damage if you go for this just over a +7. Just pointing that out there. But if you need it while leveling, because you're going to have a ton of damage while leveling anyways, that is totally fine. With leveling, I don't mean from 1 to 60. I would not recommend leveling from 1 to 60, but afterwards. Kind of like to get your levels up, get your life up, get your mana up. The more life and mana you have, the more sustainable these costs will also get percentage-wise. But this should by no means be your endgame setup. You should tackle the cost issue, not use crappy items. Now, in terms of what weapons do you want and how can you find them, you type in 200 maze plus level to all skills 7, and now you might be, okay, I'm just gonna search. First up, always remember you can go down to Exalts right here, and there could be options. So you can see they start at 15 Exalteds or something, and people are telling you, wow, these weapons are so expensive. Why is that? Well, this is not the whole story. What you have to understand is this weapon, for example, for 15 Exalts has 212 strength requirement. Now, if you look at what this keystone does right here, Giant's Blood, is it triples your attribute requirement. So you would need over 600 strength, which on a strength stacker, Gemling Legionnaire would be fine, but we also have int to use, and we're not strength stacker, right? So that is a crazy ask. As you can see, for example, my weapons right here have 104 strength and then 104 strength here again. And that is because I'm using advanced weapons, which are usually the bad ones that you don't pick up, right? But the point of the matter is the base damage on these weapons actually don't matter. So always pick up even the shittiest two-handers. In fact, maybe prefer the shitty ones. But most people will never get there because it's just very random, right? But in case you get one, just so you know, those are money. Now you can put requirements in here. So let's say 126, and let's go back to Divines, because I'm pretty sure these will not be in the Exalted range. So if you go to Divines, they start at round about 1 Divine. Actually, you can get them. Maybe even for Exalted Orbs. Well, this completely depends on the meta. Yeah, no, they start at round about 1 Divine. Don't take these prices for anything, but I will kind of explain what matters on these weapons. So all of this is garbage. Even the accuracy does not work on your totems. None of this works. Your totems don't give you anything on kill. There's only a few stats that you're looking for. And those are, for example, +2 strength, stun duration, and stun buildup. So if you, for example, look at my weapon right here, I've stun buildup in my implicit. I also have it on runes from the stone rune. Plus, I have strength on the bottom. Unfortunately, don't have stun duration. But all these stats do work, and they do give you an easier stun, which is very strong on Titan. If you look at this weapon has stun buildup on the bottom. On the top, it doesn't have stun duration or strength though. Now, there is a big cheat though that you can use to make your strength requirements lower and save a lot of money on the trade website, because there are soul cores that convert, I should say, the requirement from strength to a certain attribute, right? So either int or dex. Dex you're not going to have a lot of, but int you're going to have quite a bit. So for example, don't use this mace. I just put it out of my stash. to show you. It says 174 strength here. 20% of that is going to get converted. So now I can see 139 and 34 int. And I can do that again. And now you can see 104 strength and 69 int. Absolutely glorious. However, you will notice that I actually cannot equip this because 69 int times 3 is still not possible. So usually you can only use one of these soul cores, so be careful with that. Don't forget that this int also gets tripled from Giant's Blood, not just the strength requirement. Now, you will have noticed the energy shield on top of my life. And I know that most totem builds right now and most builds in this area are going for full life stacking and maybe armor. But I have bad news for you. Armor is kind of dog shit right now. So I don't like dog shit builds. So we're just not going to use it whatsoever. And we're just going to use what GG gave us. And we're going to path up here to Reinforced Barrier and Ancient Aegis Adamant Recovery to get a lot of percentage energy shield. We're going to pair this with Zeri's Disdain, which gives you life as extra energy shield. Not conversion. You still keep the life to spend on your skills. But you just get extra energy shield. And it is completely bonkers. This helmet alone, if you look at this, 5176, like it's like half of my energy shield. Crazy. And then you want a body armor for it, and you have to be careful because if it has too much int requirement and you don't have that int, that's going to be an issue. So that can go up to like 200, and as you can see, I could not even use one of those bases. So try to get something that has good energy shield, but also a life roll is still quite valuable because it will make it a lot easier for you to sustain the cost of your skills. It will scale your regen and whatnot. Also, if you can snag a percentage maximum energy shield roll on your Ami, that's very strong. And if for example I had one more level, I would also put another point into armor and energy shield right here. Don't forget that all the small nodes here do get buffed by the hulking form, making energy shield even better. As well as that, we're of course using Grim Feast because it recovers a lot of energy shield. Level this as high as you can, as high as your int lets you. Get quality on it, which is also going to give you extra recovery. Yeah, Grim Feast is OP. Use it until it gets nerfed. We should talk about that at the end of the video though. I have a plan B for if energy shield gets nerfed, and there's also most likely armor buffs on the horizon. But before that, we go through this whole setup. All right, I'll quickly show you guys how this build plays with a tier 15 map, +1 irradiated on a C page with a boss, so we can also show that off. So once again, I have a single target setup and a clear setup, and I can just swap between it. You can also put it on different keybinds if you really want to, but you don't really need the one, but you need the other. You're basically just placing totems, moving around, and you are going to sometimes, really just sometimes, going to press your flasks. Now, in general, you can see I don't really have any natural energy shield sustain. Whenever you get into the map, it would be nice to kind of pick up some stuff with Grim Feast. We have a poison map, which is a little bit annoying for us, but you can see everything's kind of just dying. And one important thing to note about this is your ranged build. You can literally place these totems on the edge of the screen, so very often once you get there, stuff is already getting hit. So you can see our mana going down. That's because I'm not using Maelstrom, so you have to sometimes press your mana flask. If you have Maelstrom, obviously that will go away quite severely. You can kind of see my playstyle. I'm kind of just like clicking, moving, clicking, moving. Now, one important thing is that if you get into a rough situation, let's for example say like a breach and everything's coming from all sides. Let's say the breach has, like the map mod is increased attack speed, movement speed. You can place down your totem, stand in the middle, and then use any of your offhand skills, and it will automatically swap you into offhand, and then you have all your block available. If you're just placing totems and moving, that is not up, right? Like your shield is not going to be up. You can see our Grim Feast is keeping us pretty up pretty hard. In general, obviously, outside maps are way more impressive than this. I didn't choose the right one for a YouTube highlight, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to show you the boss mostly. You already saw some of the clear in the intro. This build is also incredibly, you kind of saw it here, just how far the upheavals go. This build is incredibly cozy for stuff like Ultimatum, for example. But yeah, one important thing, I already pointed this out, but you can shield charge and then blink at the end to kind of stop its trajectory or its attack time. So you first shield charge and then you blink at the very end. This was actually bad timing, but outdoors is a lot easier. Boom. Okay, let's quickly kill this. It's dead. Okay, so shield charge and at the end blink. All right, so let's try it one more time. Shield charge, Link, there you go. If you get to do this, then your shield charge is super smooth. Before we go to the boss, one more thing I should note is Svalin is very, very strong, as low of minus block chance as you can. Very strong against breaches and rituals, so if you have trouble there, definitely go for that. Now, on the boss, I will basically just place my totems and then armor break and orb of storms. You don't want to place your totems too early because they only have like 8 to 9 seconds, depending on how much skill effect duration you have of duration, so you don't want them to run out immediately. But yeah, you will see. So, yeah, I swapped to my single target setup right here. You can put on different keybinds if you want to. I'm just going to shield charge in. I'm going to place down the totems. Now, I should have put the Orb of Storms earlier, but this is just a small boss, so he basically gets absolutely annihilated. But if you see me, for example, do Arbiter, I'll just do this real quick. If you see me do Arbiter or a Breach boss, you place it down as early as you can, and while he's talking or whatnot, at the very end, you place down your totems, and then you just start whacking in standard. Usually he gets stunned immediately from that first hit, so you can just go there and whack him again, and the totems are going to be hit once or twice again. And if you're, for example, facing Arbiter 4, there's a good chance you're not going to one-shot him, so then he's going to go into his next phase. Now, let's talk about Sunder totems. Just so you understand, Titan does not mean you can't run any of these other totems that I'm going to talk about. Titan is a very good package for all of them, and they scale extremely similarly if you look at the tags. For example, Shockwave is almost 1-to-1 the same. The only thing that would change is you can't use these mace nodes, which is quite a big deal. But I can straight up tell you, you can play any of these totems if you wish to. Now, Sunder consumes armor break, and if it does, you get a juicy crit. Not just ×2 damage, but 100% increased damage bonus, so 3 times damage. It is ridiculously strong, and you can stand at the boss and basically just hammer away while your totems are consuming it, and the boss is kind of stunned, as you've seen in the intro and the gameplay stuff. But Shockwave is also something a lot of people love. So if you look at how Shockwave totems look, this is a Shockwave totem. Now, obviously, you can give it AoE, right, and everything, but Shockwaves are quite good. The best thing about them is that they just fire away even if there's no nearby enemies. So you can kind of pre-place them, they can already charge up, and when the enemy is near them, it's going to pop. One of the things I do not like about it is that you have to constantly replace it quite a bit, because if the enemy is not in the radius, then you're kind of lost. You will also have to invest a lot more into AoE if you're playing this than Sunder, so you'll probably have to sacrifice another 6 to 7 points. However, where Shockwave Totem really shines is stuff like Breach or Ritual. So if that is all you do all day, there's a good chance that you straight up just want to play this build but on a Shockwave version. And there are a ton of guides about that out there. I will link one down below in the description. But I personally prefer Sunder quite a bit. Now, there are 2 more options. The first one is a little bit disappointing because Molten Blast started out incredible. If you guys don't know what this skill is, basically you throw these projectiles and they kind of fragment out. So if you go scattershot on it, you can get quite a bit of projectiles, and you can also do some cheese with like frost walls and whatnot. The thing that doesn't really work with Molten Blast is a technicality. It's not a melee skill, so all the +2 levels do not work with it, right? And while your Sunder is going to be on level 39, your Shockwave Totem is going to be on 39 or maybe even 40, your Molten Blast, as you can see, doesn't get any additional. And even with that fact, Molten Blast is actually decent as a totem. I will not say it's unplayable. I will probably go Deadeye, not 100% sure on this, but it is a projectile, so you can scale it in other ways. And the last one is Rolling Slam, which should, in theory, be more damage than Sunder, but apparently the aftershocks don't work, or something. So you can put this on your single target. Rolling Slam is obviously complete garbage, or in my opinion anyways, if you cast it yourself, because you're kind of like stuck in this animation, but your totem doesn't care about it, and it deals a lot of damage between all of these slams, and it's about as fast as Sunder, but has a little bit more damage, especially because it gets more damage to heavy stunned enemies on its last hit. If you see right here, second slam, 50% more. So in theory, it's really good, but it's currently bugged with aftershocks. If that ever gets fixed, I will update the guide, and there's actually a good chance that I will replace my single target with Rolling Slam. Not 100% sure on this, because there is still a downside, which is it's quite tiny, so if the enemy is moving a bit, then we're gonna miss out on a lot of damage. Then let's talk about Ascendancy. So Titan is far and away, in my opinion, the strongest Ascendancy for Sunder totems. For Shockwave totems, there are arguments to be made for stuff like Gembling Legionnaire. Warbringer is basically completely out of the question because it just has a lot of fluff. However, let's go into Titan. The first most that ever gets fixed, I will update the guide, and there's actually a good chance that I will replace my single target with Rolling Slam. Not 100% sure on this because there is still a downside, which is it's quite tiny, so if the enemy is moving a bit, then we're gonna miss out on a lot of damage. Then let's talk about Ascendancy. So Titan is far and away, in my opinion, the strongest Ascendancy for Sunder Totems. For Shockwave Totems, there are arguments to be made for stuff like Gembling Legionnaire. Warbringer is basically completely out of the question because it just has a lot of fluff. However, let's go into Titan. The first most important note on Titan is Hulking Form. 50% increased effect of small passive skills. And with your weapon swap and how much reach you have and how many points you get, you will realize just what a crazy amount of stuff this gives you. It really doesn't look that impressive. These are usually 16, now they're 24. But once you get to like level 80, level 90, and you start filling out your whole tree, you're like, what the hell? And you realize this is maybe the strongest Ascendancy point in the whole game. There is a caveat though, because it is a second point, and the first point is dog shit. It's carry a chest with 20 inventory slots, which is kind of nice. I'll grant him that, but it doesn't give you any character power, so I'm just gonna ignore it. So it basically costs you 2 Ascendancy points, and it is still ridiculous. That's how strong this node is. It also makes it way easier to go into Energy Shield because all of these go from 12 to 18. Like, the sum of all the points, it is ridiculous what it does. Also, these small nodes right here give 4% strength, which is huge. On top of that, we're going Crushing Impacts. This is kind of like Culling Strike, but for stuns. Prime for stun basically just means that enemies don't get stunned if their stun meter is 100% full, but depending on the rarity, 40% a normal, I think 60 rare or something, yeah, 80% for a unique. So it's TLDR, it's way easier to stun enemies. Now on the last note here, this is quite interesting. Credit for this to Dreamcore, who pointed this out to me, that apparently this only works with Sunder, or I don't know if there's already new info out there, but chance for slam skills to cause aftershocks, it does work for totems. We already know this, right? It works on Trim Noise as well. But that alone would not want me to use it because I would rather use Surprising Strength, which is 40% more against heavy stun, which enemies are not always heavy stun, but overall, I think it's still quite a bit better than Earthbreaker. However, there seems to be an interaction right now, or a bug, we're not 100% sure, where whenever you Aftershock with either Split the Earth or this small node, which also works, this will double Aftershock. And we're not really sure why that is, or if it ever gets fixed, but just so you know, that's where Earthbreaker is here. If that ever changes, you will see my tree go to Surprising Strength. The pinned comment down below will also say that. But yeah, Aftershocks are not just a lot of damage, they're also extremely cozy while clearing, because after it sunders again. So for example, if breach mobs are constantly jumping on you, it's just a pretty big deal. Next up, let's talk about my skill setups. I actually don't have them all filled. I didn't really know what to do here. If you have any idea, chunk it in here. However, I have 2 main skill setups, and that means you have to get 2 level 20s on Ancestral Warrior and 2 level 20s on Sunder, which is annoying, but in my opinion, it's worth the comfiness. If you're fine with, I don't know, swapping gems around all the time, all day, that is fine with me. You can put them in the Mace Strike and just put them down here whenever needed. Have 1 setup, totally fine with me. But what I do with 2 setups is whenever I'm mapping, I have this one right here, and then whenever I get to the boss, I do this. I don't even assign it to another keybind. This is completely up to you and only for comfiness. However, my clear setup, this is what I use for everything but big bosses. Sunder, Ancestral Warrior Totem, Magnified Effect for the AoE, Martial Tempo to make it more responsive, Upheaval to give the extra fissures, and then use Inspiration to reduce the mana cost so you can easier spam totems and reposition them. On my single target damage, once again, Ancestral Warrior with Sunder, Concentrated Effect, so less AoE, more damage this time. I have Brutality, just straight up more damage, no downside. Heavy Swing, more damage, less attack speed. Comes out to around about 20% more DPS overall. And then I also have Bloodlust, more Fizz, melee damage to enemies, but only if they're bleeding. So the way I bleed is I have Lacerate right here on my Armor Breaker. As for Armor Breaker, this is quite important. Whenever an enemy has broken armor, Sunder will consume it and give you a guaranteed crit. So that means that it will get 100 critical damage bonus and the critical damage bonus already. So it will basically deal triple damage, which is why you saw me place my totems, wait until it procs, and then whack the enemy over and over. Just stand here and whack them. It's gonna be stunned most of the time anyways, so you can do that. And then you have this ping pong of your Totem's Thunder consumes the armor break, you reapply it, and so forth, so you get a ton of extra crits. Armor breaker is ridiculous, right? So what do we have on here? Demolisher, just for the more armor break, which is probably also overkill, I'm gonna be honest. We have Break Posture for a little bit of extra days. We have the Lacerate to enable the Bloodlust right here. And we have Rage as a 5th link to also get some extra Rage. Now, we do have more Rage down below at the Orb of Storms. Actually, Orb of Storms, we basically just plop down whenever a boss is up. And we just stand in it while we wait for it to proc. And you can see I gain a little bit of Rage there. Orb of Storm is not that important, but I put Persistence on. And from it as well, I get Fond of Rage. And I actually forgot to put a 6th link here. There would be the Mana Fond as well for extra mana regen. Then we have Shield Charge, which there's no real reason to level it. I just throw it in there. It has...